Good morning, Twitch chat. We're back at it again today. Last time we left off, I was desperately trying to make it to Dargonis and continually got delayed by the Witch Shadows DLC. We're still in the midst of handling that, but we should hopefully get this over with. The Master at Arms is barking orders. Confessor Adalbert is murmuring a prayer, and the Infernus Master is circling the chapel with a keen eye, as if watching for a threat. Cabela quickly sweeps her gaze over the destruction before focusing on the bloody footprints that stretch from the ruins of the reliquary. High Factotum's velvet coat is streaked with blood, and Shanris himself is deathly pale. Medicae officers working on the black gunshot wound in his chest, and Jarnus grunts faintly with every touch. He focuses his eyes on you with tremendous effort. Forgive me for not greeting your lordship with a bow. I must tell you, Nemesis has stolen the great relic. How badly is the High Factotum wounded? He's lost a lot of blood. I advise you to hurry. Master Danrik should be on the surgeon's table as soon as possible. I am holding on, your lordship. Worry not. What matters now is that you recover the relic. Some miracle preserved Master Danrok's life long enough that he might address you. Pardon me. Oh, his fate now rests in the hands of the Emperor. May he show mercy to this selfless man. Heinrich, did you see the attack? I did not. I was on my way to offer a prayer and I heard gunfire and ran as fast as I could. When I got here, I saw Master Danrik, and I think the next thing I did was just press his wound and spout curses. So much for being a heroic repairman. I wasn't much use, was I? Janus, what happened here? Sheriffs in red headscarves burst into the chapel and started shooting. The leader made for the relic. The remains of when I realized the remains of honorable rogue traders brought here from the mutant Sully crypt. And when I realized the sacred ashes of your ancestors were about to fall into the filthy hands of the heretics. One intended to desecrate the glorious dynasty. No, that could not be allowed to happen. I blocked his path. The bastard allowed himself a few vile insults against me, which I am obliged to admit, but I did not give in the provocation. I was hoping to buy myself some time. But then the so-called Nemesis started revealing the customs of the Sith, berating its officers and forces before insulting the very name of your lordship yourself. I threw my glove in his face and demanded a duel, but the honorless villain just shot me. He laughed at me, the depraved creature. Ugh. And then he committed sacrilege by stealing the relic, shattering the sarcophagus. Forgive me, your lordship. I failed to preserve the sacred ashes of your ancestors. Inspect the empty altar behind him. My execs did he insult me? I beg for a curses, I dare not repeat this. I insist. What did he say? He called you a ghoul who sits on the throne of bones, feasting on the raw flesh of his servants. Why did you wish to see me? I had to apologize. I had to repent. For many years I did my best to serve the dynasty, but at the most crucial hour I failed. Shame scorches my pathetic, cowardly heart, your lordship. I had to tell you how deeply remorseful I am. Hold on, I'll not let you die here. Proud to serve the dynasty. The papers, your lordship. Have the clerk double-check the freight bills. I do not have time to get the seals. My will is in the left-hand drawer. I will strangle this Nemesis with my own 2 hands. May the Emperor protect you all. Apologies, your lordship, but we're taking Master Danrook away. He is unable to tell you anything more at present, and every second delay could cost him his life. So what do we have so far? Master Danrook is on his deathbed. All the attackers are either dead or have absconded along with the sacred relic. And the witnesses all agree on one thing. Nemesis and his accomplices came out of nowhere and struck suddenly. Only the throne knows where we can find these bastards now. We will find them. We will turn this vessel inside out if we must. There is nowhere even a void rat can... There is no need. The Blood's whisper will lead us to Nemesis. The Blood's whisper? Did you perform another divination? Yes and no. His tarot guided me here and told me of the evil that lurked in the shrine. But beyond that, the bloody path carelessly tread by the raiders will reveal the truth. With all due respect, Spinner, the enforcers have already questioned all the witnesses and compiled an extensive list of evidence, none of which tells us anything about how or where the troublemaker calling himself Nemesis might escape to. Well, it tells us everything you know. This blood is drawn in a pattern of retribution. The one who spilt it appeared later. They moved swiftly and furiously, numb to their own wounds. An enforcer who was drawn to the gunfire and witnessed the sacrilege? Probably. As for this pattern, it was made in fury and desperation. The one who left it was wounded, but they did not flee. They fought back while they could, and then they retreated into darkness. Into the darkness of the maintenance tunnels, hidden within the walls of the shrine. If the attackers escape through the maintenance tunnels, we can send in the enforcers after them. The technical corridors extend hundreds of meters in different directions. Nemesis and his men must be familiar with the tunnels and possess either a map or a guide. Without a clear trail, the enforcers risk getting lost and wasting valuable time, not to mention the fact that those narrow tunnels are perfect for an ambush. You gleaned all this from bloodstains, or did you have a vision? There is no need for revelations from the undying Emperor here. Oh, rogue voice. For one who has dedicated their life to understanding the tenets of the world, death speaks a language clearer than any words. Blood writes the chronicles, final hour, and it holds all the answers. It speaks to me. It can tell me with what instrument it was spilt, what its owner felt, whether they struggled in terror or were as cold as the steel of a blade, at what moment and how the thread snaps for a spinner. No two wounds are alike, and each drop carries a message from the undying. I'm glad she's on our side. So we still have no idea where to find them. The tunnels only answer the question of how he left. Now death will tell us where he was headed. He stinks of smoke. The smoke of singed coveralls. Vile Iho sticks, burnt sacred unguents, and charred meat. She slides the pale hand along the dead man's skin and snakes it under the sleeve of his coveralls, which he pushes back to reveal a flesh burn, bandaged with a torn scrap of shirt. Your wound holds the answer. You dressed it carefully, not inside the shrine before that. Something struck you, ripped the tissue apart, burned you, turned your hand into a worthless lump. It was not fire, no. The fury of the conductive charge. It has marked you, Heretic. I recognize your wound myself from encountering it on those I take to the other side within the plasma drive chambers. Are you certain? The Undying One has blessed me with the ability to see truth in death. How can anyone doubt the revelations his blessing bestowed? I can't say if it's worth drawing conclusions based on conversations with a corpse, but if it is, then I concur with the Esteem Spinner's findings. All that about burns, the conductive charge, and the smell of cheap Iho immediately made me think of the plasma drive technical compartments. Makes sense to me. Cyberbeck, gather the enforcers. We'll follow the trail. No, Domin Percival. You must stay. You are the one Nemesis has challenged, and those we hunt know you by sight. You have frightened away the prey, and we will lose the trail until the next tragedy occurs. So what do you suggest? I will go to the plasma drive chambers alone. I will track down the false champion and all who serve him. I will prepare the grounds for your hunt. Out of the question. An enforcer squad. Sorry, I need to get my venom in my voice. An enforcer squad would certainly scare off the vermin. But I'm not letting you go alone, servant of death. You and I will go to the chambers together, and together we will bring down all who have dared insult the Lord Captain. Well, I'm going too. I have a couple of good friends in the plasma drive train. First, the noisy kind, who know everything about everyone. Convincing them shouldn't be difficult, especially if I pull a few favors. It'll be 3 of us then. What a company. So be it, but not like this. Much like your faces, your guises are too conspicuous. Bella's right, it'd be prudent to use a disguise. The enforcers will procure regular work clothes for us. We will carry only inconspicuous weapons, and we can easily hide our tool bags. We can easily hide it in our tool bags to help us blend in with the crowd. Before I depart to hunt Nemesis, I ask Domin to bless me. I pledge never to leave your side, if hunt demands that I do just that. Grant me permission by performing the ceremony of twinning. When your people have taken their leave, under the gaze of the Undying One, we will begin the rite. What is this ceremony? The rite of blessing for the sacred hunt. With it, the Domin casts the shadow over the path of carnage. Under your benediction, I will strike harder and tread more softly. Very well, let us commence the ceremony. With your permission, Lord Captain, the Infernus Master and I will take our leave now, and set out to prepare for the descent into the chambers. We dare not intrude, your lordship. Sit down now, Domin Percival, and listen. Let the ceremony of twinning begin. Using a finely honed blade, Bella carves an intricate symbol into the floor. She then produces a small bundle wrapped in incense-laden parchment and sets it alight. You are my domin, I am your blade, and I am honed by your blessing. My arms are strong while your will is strong, and as long as the Undying One hears your prayers, my feet will go unheard. The blade kisses her palm. Dark blood trickles and spreads over the bottom of the ritual cup that has just now appeared in her hands. With our blood, with our will, we shall spin a scarlet web, the symbol of the hunt. May it herald our prey's demise. The dagger goes into your hand. You feel how heavy your eyelids have become, your heartbeat slows inside your chest, her words linger, then rush through your mind in a deluge. The heavy scent of incense envelops you and makes your head spin, like a small cut on your palm. And pain gives way to a burning sensation as Cabela grabs your hand and squeezes it over the ritual cup. This new discomfort is quickly replaced again, this time by dull numbness and faint warm blood flowing from your open wound. The twinning is a blood oath I have made to my lord. Cabela dips her finger into the spilt blood and traces a symbol, first on her forehead, then on yours. It appears to resemble a blade that's cutting through an intricate knot. Anoint me with your blessing, Domin Percival. May the ceremony of twinning commence. I see strange things within you and without. You are learning to see what is hidden behind the familiar shell. Keep practicing, and years later you will be able to see the truth with even your eyes closed. May your loyalty to the flagship be ever our steady guide during this mission. I am your shield, your shadow, your weapon. Your enemies will find only vengeance in the close embrace of my blades. Your body cannot accompany us on the chase, Domin, but your spirit, there is nothing the spirit cannot do. The twinning is complete. You and I are now bound by blood oath. Think of me while I hunt, and I will think of you. Become a thought flowing through my mind. The Undying One is gracious to us. He will send your dreams, and in those dreams you'll see me. If he is more gracious still, those dreams will be truthful. So I'd become part of you? What does that mean? Your spirit will come with me to the plasma drive chambers, while your body remains motionless. If the Undying One graces you, you will hear what I hear, see what I see. You will think my thoughts as if they were your own, but if you shout out to me, if you give me an order, I will not hear it. Only the ripples of your mind can reach me through the winding thread. I trust you. Let's begin. Watch now, Domin Percival. What does thy seeing eye behold in the converging blood patterns? You see shifting images in the blood, a spider crafting a fine web, blurred shadows that could resemble either a swarm of void-rats or an enraged hound crossing blades, card of the Emperor's terror. But as soon as your gaze lingers any longer of them, reality bleeds through the fluid shapes. Soon your spirit will be able to follow me. I will bid the servants to carry your body to your chambers, where you will not be disturbed. Wait in silence and safety. For me, the hunt has begun. Bell's footsteps fade away, melting into the impenetrable darkness in which your consciousness is extinguished. I do remember this part being really fast and me getting overwhelmed by it. So it's kind of funny that it's happening again. Like, I wish they'd spread it out by a couple planets still. Hmm. Stale air, oppressive notes. The hum and whir of machinery drown out all thoughts. This place rings with tension. Is it the powerful energy coursing through the cables? Or have the wails of the workers merged into a cacophony of indulgent whispers and desperate prayers? Lost, mired in petty troubles, unmindful of duty, their voices creak as if covered in rust, and their eyes are dimmed by the endless drudgery and lack of light here on the working decks of the Dolmen's great ark. I have seen it before. In these murky depths, people become creatures all too ready to devour each other for worldly gains, fleeting pleasures or imaginary freedom from obligation born from the abyss of spiritual emptiness. The Undying One punishes them through me. Disgusting mutations, abominations, reflections of vice are born in these shadows, and I will be their doom. The thread shakes, the web is taut, I step silently. May the great hunt begin. The thread shakes, the quarry always leaves a trail. We may not see it, but we can feel it. I taste the air, the scent of fresh dye with a subtle note of sparks. This is new, pleasant. The upper decks reek of luxury, but here I feel comfortable. There is something else. This is it. I recognize the smell, unguent iho and the burnt meat, just like inside the shrine. The time has come to spin the scarlet web. The web is taut. Know the hunting ground. To find the enemy I must listen. Inhale, exhale, inhale. The rhythmic beat of engines and pumps. That is the ship's breathing. That is the ship's heartbeat. Is it strange that I feel at home among the workers of the lower decks who pass their time like the living dead? Warmth spreads through my chest. I like to think that it is the connection with which the Undying One bound my and Damon's fates together. He has blessed us, and we hunt as one. I step silently. Darkness is our ally. Merge with shadows. In the twilight of the chamber, barely illuminated by flickering candlelight, I become like them, the lost myriad servants. They will become unwitting allies in my hunt. Their hopelessness, their desperation, their thirst for survival will become tools for my use. There's the second spinner. You were supposed to meet here. You know that feeling when you're being stared at, but you can't tell from who or where? Footsteps. Two are coming toward me. Familiar gates. Those are the Domin's servants. I would not be surprised if the cultists set out on the trail of Nemesis alone. The spinners are arrogant. We are just another soul to them, a gift to offer death. Does this remind you of anyone at all, Tuscada? This man is enamored with fire. Even his words sound full of biting flames. He himself enjoys playing with fire, too much so they bicker again. Examine the mistress in the flaming voice. To the lay people, the two are now scarcely distinguished from the common serfs. In a world where status and privilege are defined by appearance, a single piece of rotten cloth is enough to lower your standing. We will become spectral hounds and follow the trail without drawing attention. I am here. There she is. Welcome to the Plasma Chambers, esteemed holy assassin. You can exchange pleasantries later. Lieutenant Goddard, Godierda is on duty in this compartment. I have ordered her to gather information on all the workers who wear red scarves and who have recently left the bay. The enforcers know nothing about life in this compartment. I guarantee it. I have a better source of information, a good friend of mine who knows a lot about delicate matters. It'd be easy to get him to talk. He's terrified of pain, death. I cut them off with a gesture. Their methods of hunting are not mine, but I take a grain of truth from the words and weave it into my plan. You need to provoke them into making a move. Strike at the spark that will ignite the flame. I feel them lurking in the crowd. My enemies, they are cautious. I must find them and let them believe their luck. Then they will shed their masks and I will take them down. Still false sense of impunity. Convince them they can and must act now. The enforcer who answered to steal mistress is the symbol of order and obedience in these chambers. She is standing in the way. When she disappears, my enemies will leave it safe to strike, and they will be making a costly mistake. Intimidate them. Flaming voice relies on a talker, one who keeps no secrets and fears pain. An unreliable vessel is bad for holding secrets, but good for spilling them. Through him I will whisper lies to the enemy. Such is my plan. They look at me in silence, they do not understand yet. That matters little, I'm on the hunt.
My visions showed this path, and many others.
Long time no see, Spindle. Tell me, what does silence taste like? Are they using a secret code? Without flaming voice, he would never even speak to me. Everybody knows silence. Oh, he's smoking. Everybody knows silence doesn't taste like anything. If you want to earn rations, you better start dealing in words. He is unclean and he knows it. He is unrepentant. That's a funny look, Heinrich. And you have a funny looking company. Are you here to sell or buy? And before you answer, remember the first rule. Everywhere it has a price. Are we bargaining for information with this lowlife now? It is the duty of every serf to aid the rogue trader and his associates freely and willingly. Oh boy, here it comes. Who's that with you? An enforcer and a spinner? Do you want me dead? If anyone sees me talking to you, they'll slap my neck, so off you go. The quelling stimulant on the needle's tip will loosen the tongue. What is this feeling? So calm. Fine. Ask whatever you want, then leave. My reputation cost me a lot of blood. I didn't earn it to have trampled it to dust because you people happened to stop by. One glance is enough for me to see your true self, Stain. You are a liar and a manipulator, peddling other people's secrets and not knowing how to keep your mouth shut. You will become bait, sowing confusion among the minions of Nemesis, who hope to wait out the lockdown. They think they have enough time, I will deprive them of their confidence. Where do things stand in the plasma drive chambers? Speak briefly, speak sense. There's a bunch of workers in the far corner who now gather between every shift, whispering to each other. They don't invite me. They say I talk too much. Well, if they're scared of my tongue, that means they have something to hide. And of course, everyone's talking about Nemesis. Sure, the foundry and the chapel were big. But he's been helping people out. A lot of folks are sticking with him now. You can knock my teeth out if I'm lying. Don't get many of those left anyhow. But I'll tell you this, even if someone finds him, they won't rat him out. There will be a raid soon. Be careful. I warn you in appreciation of your cooperative nature. What are you... That's information not meant for their ears. Really? I see. Well, that's all you wanted, then can I go? Go, Stain, and be my herald. It's difficult to admit, but I do share the Master-at-Arms' indignation. We came here to get information about traitors, not reveal our secret. When the renegades hear the coming retribution, it will make them nervous, prone to mistake, likely to give themselves away. But for them to take the bait must be compelling. Yeah. Yes, I see.
No sleep, no rest, only duty, only death.
Only duty, only death. Whip. An old burn spread across her body in a scarlet blotch, a look of contempt, a heavy baton covered in blood and symbolizing boundless power. Like a fierce leather whip, she lashes with both her hands in her gaze. What are you looking at, beggars? You finish your shift, you go to the barracks, you start your shift, you check on the foreman, and get to work before Matilda comes to pat you on the back. And Matilda, I presume, is that wonderful, not at all intimidating baton on your belt. I guess her disguise is working, but I would rather not spend the next few watches in the med bay because of a misunderstanding. Furnace Master? Master at Hobbs! Apologies for not recognizing you, ma'am. Code Deirdre. We are conducting an inquest. Answer the spinner's questions. I hope your report will be useful. What do your scars reveal to me? Day after day, she watches the serfs labor away, exhausting their last vestiges of strength. And there is no compassion in her eyes. They are simply a resource she is commanding to use and then discard. She hates them because she blames them for her pain, her wounds. Nothing is unimportant during the hunt. Tell me what you know and I will listen. A group of workers wearing red scarves was seen in the compartment just after the attack on the shrine. The foreman stated that they were at the work on the freight line, no gunpowder on their clothes, no fresh wounds. Too many of them have started wearing red masks and it muddles the trail. But we also found some red scarves and bloody rags in one of the shredders only short afterwards. We sealed off the exits and reduced the air supply to the maintenance tunnels to the absolute minimum. Now you can't stay in there longer than a few minutes without passing out. There's no way bastards could have left the plasma chambers. They're definitely in here somewhere. The workers hide their eyes, but I can hear the murmurs echoing through the bay. There's important rage in their hearts directed at Whip, for she's embodiment of the very order they despise. Why do they not realize that the Enforcer is a shield as much as a lash? Some of the people I escorted to the other side looked at me the same way. In the past, I did not understand, but now? Do the lay people see spinners performing their duty to the Undying One, or enforcers performing theirs to the dolmen as monsters? Do I sense the touch of his will? The Undying Emperor wishes to bestow revelation upon me in this trying hour. Let his tarot show me the way. I breathe in the essence made from the ash and blood of the faithful, and he enlightens the mind, granting it grace of reading his signs. A wave of epiphany sweeps my thoughts away, pulling me into a blessed trance. My fingers move of their own accord over the sacred deck and draw a card. 'Tis the martyr. I see it here of blood wash over the pale features in the image, and they shift, becoming Whip's face. Portent from him, the Undying One blesses me to take Whip. The minion of Nemesites fear her. When her soul is delivered to the Undying One, the traitors will feel invulnerable. They will crawl out of their holes and fall into my web. I know how Whip's thread will end. I cannot sever Whip's thread with a blade, from the serfs will recognize me as one of the spinners and lose all courage. But The spark of the machine spirits in the plasma drive have already claimed the lives of many. I'll use this, and thus the web is spun.
Death walks with me.
Set a trap. Carry out the Undying One's will. A flaming voice.
Follow my steps.
I might have done that too quick. Oh, never mind. We're just going back. And death. Just like that, she's gone. She'll never even know what she died for. Meanwhile, the spinners go on passing whatever judgment they please.
The web beckons.
I don't know which is which. Become a shadow and heed the voices of the crowd. I see you lot have all taken into red scarves. No longer feel like playing them as I do. Lay people are huddled together in a pile of sweltering bodies, filthy and battered by the enforcers' batons, reeking of sweat and disease. Their hearts pump blood faster and faster through bulging veins as two of them send red-hot sparks into the air with words like hammer and anvil. Your plan appears to have worked, Spinner. The air itself is charged with something, and it is not conductive charge. The serfs, they are stirring. Listen to the rapid beatings of hearts. The people are frightened and angry. They feel the impunity that sprouted like weeds upon Whip's demise. They feel the threat crushing them from the upper decks, both imminent and inevitable. What are those two talking about, hammer and anvil? The enforcer's dead, and punishers from the upper decks will soon follow Nemesis' trail. This is our chance. We need to act. This is it. I can sense that the prey is close. They have little fear of giving themselves away anymore. They need a spark to ignite the flames. Something that will convince Nemesis' followers that they are strong, that the Domin's servants are diminished. Wait for the right moment and light the spark. Well, they tell us this is how it's meant to be. Just because they were born on the upper decks and we down below in the darkness, is it really the God Emperor's will that they grow fat on the fruits of our labors, revel in luxury while we die without water or medicine? No matter how hard you work, they will wring everything out of you and give you nothing. Who allowed this to happen? The rogue trader? His name be damned. A Grox to the throne. A tyrant throwing our bones into the furnace of his protectorate. Shut your mouth, foul dog. Fleming voice? No, it is too soon. I understand your anger, but you must temper it. What did you say about the Lord Captain? The one who gives you work, food, and shelter? You insolent deadbeats, I can see why you have gathered here, and I will not let you start another rebellion. Why are you reaching for your Voxcaster? If you do not disperse, I will give the order to vent the plasma chambers. You have 5 seconds. 4. Tyrant's lackey. If you do this, you'll die with us, you madman. Protect the Lord Captain and the crew? I see you've never met an Infernus before. Their faces are twisted with fear. Will they retreat? Will they flee? Will the hunt be thwarted? No! A small thrown blade flies out of the palm and draws a scarlet line across the anvil's neck. If I'd wished it, she would be dead. But she continues to breathe and bleed and to scream furiously as she looks at me. The rogue traders' assassins are here! Look, they wanted to kill me! Find the assassins! The spark is lit. The lay people press from all sides, pushing and shoving. Their faces are ablaze with terror and rage, and violent energy boils through the massive bodies. This power will be difficult to contain. Frightened people are dangerous people. The hunters meant to go differently, but such as the Undying One's will. One voice raises above the others, the voice burly, bearded Technomot. Low is the roar of the furnace. Furnace smells of sweat and sacred unguents. He is not afraid, he merely pretends to be beneath the shadow of terror. I hear excitement. Do we deserve to be executed, my brothers and sisters? Have we not labored with the sweat of our brow? Have we not perished from the outbursts of the raging machine spirits? Why do they call us rebels? Why are we being punished? Take a closer look at Furnace. Strong, heavy, enormous hands whose blows should be feared. A great belly that has become a symbol of his success. He does not starve, so those who follow him will not starve either. Powerful leader, recognized by the whole pack. Feel the flowing rage from these poor wretches. The flame burns high. There is strong fuel at its heart. These people have amassed many grievances. The enforcers are cruel to them, for they believe that fear eradicates treason. The officers despise them, for their clothes and hands are filthy. Quartermasters rob them and withhold what is owed to them, for their clan is not strong enough to make demands. They are vulnerable. Their hearts are vulnerable. The Undying One commands to spin a web to catch such hearts before they plunge into the abyss of treason. And so, I am spinning the web. There is something else mixed into their righteous indignation, something that taunts them, excites them, angers them. There's something foul hovering over the air. Aberration. Think about the Daemon Percival. I turn my thoughts to him. For it is his people that stand before me. What would he do? For ones whose thread I note with my blood. Already you are rioters in everything but name. Then you ask why you have been shown no trust. My words frighten them, wound them, because they are just, and that makes their anger swell all the more. Why are you surprised? Have the officers ever treated us otherwise? Sandpaper Rough. Why are you surprised? Have the officers ever treated us otherwise? His voice inflamed the people's minds like rot, festering in a wound. Rot cries mockingly. That's because you were afraid of them, but they're not afraid of you. They have the almighty baton. All you have is the source of the power that feeds the whole ship. Why shouldn't they take you for granted? It serves you right, cowards. I sense the smell hanging over the crowd. I take a deep breath, and something stupefyingly noxious and luscious disturbs my senses. This is no ordinary odor, but something subtle and foul. It carries the same stench as rot. Skinny and scrawny, Rot leers at me with a gaping mouth. He is a nobody who has nothing. His body wastes away from disease, his hands are 5 fingers short, his face is sealed, and that makes him convincing. Everyone knows he has nothing to gain for himself, and there's no reason to lie. His poverty is his armor. Turn my thoughts. Your seditious words have been heard and will not be forgotten. I hereby chastise. They think they can hide the master's disgrace behind such threats. We did not commit rebellion, but we will not commit rebellion, but we will not allow ourselves to be slaughtered by villains either. The law and the Empire are on our side. If they want to crush us with fear of death, let them kill us. It will only prove our righteousness. Look at the rapier in the eye. She's fragile. There is strength in her and authority taken for granted and understood by everyone. She's clearly ready to command with legions willing to die for such maidens, beautiful and resolute as they are. She carries no banner in her hand, for she herself is the banner. The tantalizing, elusive scent of rage is more than a stench, it is a tool, the weapon of the despicable trio which they use to influence the minds of the laity, visible, intoxicating their minds. The crowd reeks of flowering treason. I delve down its root and realize what it is that rejects his will so. His sacred privilege is being attacked. He alone chooses who may journey to him. But these three, instigators, they are determined to make this decision for themselves, dragging the souls of all those into the fires of violence with them. They're impudent upstarts who've put themselves above him and above me, the second spinner of the web, his chosen servant. The realization of such audacity burns into her very soul. But the noise around me drowns out my own thoughts and stops me from focusing on his image. Seal your lips, heretic. The blood spilt becomes the tripling point. The crowd erupts into cries. They no longer hear me, for the enemy has them in their grasp. They surround me, threaten me, pointing fingers, cursing. They dare not strike, not yet. But already their enormous bulk presses down upon me as the smell of blood in the air grows thicker by every minute. Stand firm and do not resist. The crowd pushes forward harder and harder. My breath is growing short, my bones are crushing. Someone is screaming in my face. I endure the stench. Stop, you are committing treason. They hear no more. They cannot. I can bear it no longer. The blades of my hands sing and blood streaks across the astonished face. I'm done speaking, extorting. I merely dance to the thread that I have spun. I bestow death and blessed wounds. I catch glimpses of Rapier's cloven face and Furnace's open belly. Roth's severed hand falls at my feet. As its owner flees howling, I dance and breathe so freely. It did not go the way I had planned. The smell of blood lingers in the air like the stench of impending defeat. Two bodies sprawl before me. I have severed their threads. The third blasphemer has managed to escape, but his disembodied hand also lies on the floor, useless meat. What can the corpses reveal to me? Very little. What will the appearance of the survivors tell me? They tried to convince themselves that the blood they so foolishly spilt would solve them, but they know it is not enough. Their threads have not yet been cut. It's time for the next stop. Can I truly feel him again, or am I imagining it? I need to concentrate. I gaze into the puddles of blood. I see the labyrinthine daring one is giving me a sign. I begin the spread. The Hound. I gaze at the card at its depiction of the Astra Militarum. Armored vehicles that bear the formidable name. The pursuit of truth, sacrifice, and victory. This is me, and I am on the right track. The Harlequin inverted, lies, manipulation, blocking my path, but it is a lie exposed, a deception that must be revealed. A man who carries an idea claims it. But who is it? Nemesite? One of his supporters? Someone already sane? I must know. The Aquila. His holy image watches me from the card, and my heart grows frigid with the knowledge of what it represents. The Undying One has manifested his omen in the traitor's blood. The hunt has begun will be completed by the unveiling of a great deception. Our enemy is elusive because he has a powerful ally, one who espouses faith in the Emperor on the vessel. The ship's confessor is in league with Nemesis. He will be the next prey. Adelbert? That scoundrel. I will prepare a team of enforcers to arrest him, but I need the Lord Captain's authorization. Impressive display, Mistress Cabela. Oh hey, I have a flower on my ship. Or a plant. Why did I get sent into here? I'm a little confused. Alright. I'll just walk out, I guess. I like how I have this ability to shoot my offhand. I don't ever get to use it. Oh, hey.
Domin, I have spun a web of crimson in the plasma drive chambers
Oh,
and
I have...
ensnared Nemesis accomplices with it. It is done. My divination has revealed that your confessor, the sower of faith aboard this vessel, is stained with deceit.
I'm ready for the binding ritual. Whoops! I just have realized I have forgotten to do all of Cabela's side stuff, so I want to do that because it's kind of important if you make her your blade or if you make her a person. I mean, we both dual wield. I just dual wield shotguns. She dual wields swords.
Are you ready to step into the labyrinth, Domin?
What exactly are we gonna do?
This is the ritual of binding. By the Undying One's will, our fates are now as one. But I must still guide you into the maze of my mind. Although it is my predestination alone to walk its corridors in search of answers, your image must become part of the tangle. For I am your shadow, Domin, and your presence will aid me in sensing whatever threats may be looming over you.
What is all this on the floor?
Instructions, directions, a depiction of the puzzle that can only be solved within one's own consciousness by following its bends and turnings. I do not require these lines to find my way, but for you, they will serve as a guiding thread.
I am ready. Let us begin.
Your weapon for the ritual. Watch the lines on the floor. You can only pass through the gaps. The rest, you need not know. Enter the labyrinth, Domin.
And then we get a cool blade dance. Shotgun in one hand.
You are now upon the path. Your shadow now walks the labyrinth, and my gaze can now see when danger draws near you.
Can you tell me what this really was? What's the true meaning of this rite?
You are not required to understand. You have joined the ritual. That will suffice.
I only seek to understand what this matters to understand you.
Understand me? Why, Domin? My fate is preordained, and our places assigned. We both must serve the Undying One, as his design foretells. But if such is indeed your wish, my path of service to the Undying Emperor is one of many twists and pitfalls. Every mind is fraught with weakness, and only by honing it tirelessly can one achieve focus and prime one's perception. I envision the tenets of the web as a maze of tangles and dead ends. Each time I go into a trance, be it one of the soul or of battle, I walk this path from beginning to end. And now that you're a part of it, you will be there with me when next I enter the labyrinth. You may deem it strange. You live in a world so far removed from my own that such rituals must seem absurd to you. I am sure I would find your rituals equally mystifying.
My rituals? What do you mean?
You are empowered by the will of the Undying One himself, and yet, when I look at your life, I am surprised. You follow a different thread, one that does not seem as strict to your thoughts and deeds. There is so much luster.
Would you like to see my world, Cabela? You've allowed me to witness your ritual. It is only fair to show you one of mine.
To partake in one of your ceremonies? Returning the courtesy. That is how the labyrinth has accepted you. We have done.
Yes. Luckily, we have like very good Kyrgyz on this ship, and the Manipulus or Manipulus now. This is, I doubt many of the high-ranking officers on a ship could die. Like, they'd have to be dead before if they came back even a little bit. Please just see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? Have you recovered? You came close to death in that chapel. The Kyrgyz spent hours fighting for my life, and I have to say, they earning their keep. The promise to leave a heroic-looking scar, although admittedly I prefer calluses from an odd quill. I'd like to introduce Cabela to some custom practiced among people of my stature. Sure what life is like on the upper decks, so to speak. Your lordship is most courteous, but what exactly do you have in mind? I was counting on you to choose an appropriate ritual. Oh, but of course! You do not have time to puzzle over such trivial solutions. I will see what I can arrange, and do not worry a single moment. I promise to find the most suitable approach. I will contact you the moment I have something to offer. I shall return later. Alrighty, now let's talk back to Cabela again.
Domin.
We need to discuss your hunt in the plasma chambers.
I have been awaiting your
Felt like I was with you
Domin.
somehow. Is that possible?
Perhaps what you saw was induced by the ritual essence. Perhaps it was the Undying One's will that made you see. I too sensed a thread between us. Indeed, there were times when I could almost sense you with me. It was a comforting feeling.
Were you satisfied with the results?
No. One of the false champion's lackeys has escaped. I deserve.
I've heard enough. I must take my leave.
Me.
Alright, let's go and kill this flippin' traitor. We are going to the Void Ship Shrine. Cabela must come. I like bringing Heinrich. Yeah, I like this team. Lots of buffs. I've been thinking, because I've been streaming a lot later than my schedule says, if I should change my schedule. I I'll give it another week, and if I'm still having to stream super late, I'll change my schedule. So after next week. The divination has revealed that you stand beside the enemy Nemesis. Speak only the truth before the Dolmen and the Undying One. A defender of the people and a tyrant's minion are two faithful servants of opposing ideas. Two souls that have rejected everything else for the sake of duty. I now truly see that your collision with him was inevitable. I was warned about your visit, Percival, as well as its purpose. Who alerted you to my visit? My son. Protectors of those whose blood you feed upon, whose hard work is paid for your contented life on the upper decks of the ship. I demand an explanation this instant. Your pet tormentor who extols death is right. I know Nemesis and I assist him. Just like him, I am your enemy, Percival. And I am also the enemy of your cruel regime, where life is dirt under the enforcer's feet, where a man has nothing to eat, writhes in fear, and has no hopes. You treasonous impostor! To think that I listened to your sermons and was anointed by your hand. You will choke on your words along with the teeth I'm about to knock out. I too desire a better life for my subjects. The path to that not be violent. Let us make peace. Even if your intentions are pure, you are tainted, poisoned. No, the matter is clear. You or us. Peace and coexistence is impossible. Do you serve Nemesis or do you command him? I follow him as he once followed me. Nemesis is my son. If not by blood, then in spirit. I took him in as a willful child, and I fostered the best in him. Passion for justice, the indomitable flame of a fighter, and unyielding determination. I've been preparing for him for years. You have raised a living instrument that serves a purpose without question. Such is his purpose, to be the hope to break the shackles, to end the centuries of torment that have passed aboard this ship. A great sacrifice for a cause. You should be familiar with his ways, except that instead of a sour of freedom, you were raised to be an executioner's soul. What else were you lying about? One last confession? Why not? I'm not Adalbert. That was the name of an initiate from a clan confessor who passed away from disease many years ago. I was born in squalor on the lower decks, and I'd hurt the best of them. And it was by the Emperor's command that I took Adalbert's place through deception, pretending to be him. The dead man had inherited much influence and many thrones from his clan, which hastened my successful rise through the ranks. But it is not for wealth and power that I did this. I accepted the burden of hard work to empower the common people, to pave the way for liberation from oppression and injustice. And my part is almost done. You know, I missed him saying that M the first time I read through this, so I feel less bad about killing him. He is still inflicted by the Gene Stealer cult. I sense no lies in his voice or bearing. Domin Percival, he feels and welcomes death with open arms. The moment favors us. We must learn more. He who betrayed his oath will not deliver Nemesis to us, but from his words we may divine knowledge of our enemy. Your liberation is rooted in betrayal and bloodshed. This is a war, Percival. The war for our liberation, and we are willing to die and kill for it because our enemy is brutal and deaf to our pleas. You have deserved it. How did your deception go unannounced? You were not there for those years of pestilence. Confessor attended every deck and died in multitudes. New ministers were recruited at every port. At every station, their names and faces blurred together, and we recognized our kin by the robes. No one who knew Adalbert's true face survived that time. The Emperor saved me from being exposed. Are you hoping he will save me now? No, we decided otherwise. I'm not worth him risking his life, so do not expect to capture him through me. My son has no attachments, for they would only make him weak. He will gladly sacrifice himself for his dream of equality and liberty, and I must do the same. I only grieve that thanks to your efforts I cannot be near my son and ease his burden. Attachments make us weak. You made a weapon out of him, just as he made a weapon out of you. Any last words? The shackles will fall, and there will be nothing left for your tyranny nor you. You are responsible for the deaths of countless people. Time has come for your reckoning. You seem to have mistaken my humility in the face of death for submission. It is not for you to decide my fate. I will make the choice myself. I will surrender my life in the fight of our future. I will die, but I will take you with me. For Nemesis, brothers and sisters for freedom! Lord Captain, this is an ambush. They have been waiting for us! It's okay.
You will beg for mercy.
It's an ambush. Repent or perish. Okay. Let's shoot front line like that to give it a plus 11% bonus armor. Oh. This is a different one. Backline. Right there. And then do that. And then give Eogun another turn. And then Eogun will go and do this.
Valid argument.
And then everyone's stats go up. And then Eogun will do this. And everyone's stats will go up. And then Eogun will do this. And people are harder to take care of now. And Eogun will do this. This is... yeah, everyone here is super strong.
A valid argument. My creation, your assistance is
Move
required.
that up there. And then we do this. For more armor. And turn. Oh my god. Gemini, what a monster.
I don't need luck.
I
have
didn't
strategy.
need luck.
I'll make it happen.
Alrighty, let's see. Hello,
I'll see to
Prey.
it personally. Who if not me? I'll
Call
make it
the
happen.
bold. What's your armor like? 30? If I do this, 15, 18. So add 5, so 6 times 3. Math is wrong here. No, it's not. I am 1 off. Damn. So 6 times 3 is 18.
On it.
Alright, let's see.
Your end was inevitable.
Number 1 done. What's your armor like? Non-existent.
I'll make it happen.
Your weakness shall be exposed. Say
Who's
goodbye.
not- Still a chance.
Zeke.
The angel will reward us. The Sire's song guides me.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
Whatever.
Only the faithful will ascend. We bring
Purple
deliverance.
gunner.
An offering of blood. A dance of blades and shadows. Trust me. Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. My blade whispers your name.
They might be dead here.
Please no pleasure.
Zzz.
Aim for the heart next time. Death comes in silence. The other side awaits. As the tenants demand. The shadows will blade whispers your name. As honor ordained. Brings me no pleasure. Trust me, come. The other side awaits.
Oh, my Lanta. Alright.
Your
Give
demise is
Percival
an
another turn.
incontrovertible fact.
So there's 2 up there, 1 over here. I run over here.
I'll see to
call
it
the ball.
personally.
What's his rank? 2? And Call the Bold reduces armor by 3 times difficulty tier result. If it's below 20%, which it will be, if I do this.
I'll make it happen. It's as good as done. On it.
And then we'll give me that. And then
I'll
we go
see to it.
BAM!
Enemy down.
I do not have line of sight on either of them. How unfortunate. I mean, do drugs, kill a bear. Do drugs.
I'll make it happen.
Alright, now we got the kill here.
It's as good as done. The best defense is a good offense.
Oh, I missed.
I'll make it happen. Never
Another one
stood a
burst of
chance.
dust.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen. Another enemy down.
Oh. Oh, this is going to be horrible. The battle is over and silence descends once again upon the chapel. Flakes of ash roll quietly in the air before coming to rest on the blood trickling slowly across the floor. You are to see the Stolman Percival. Cabell leans over the body, slices off the edge of the collar with his blade, revealing a tiny scar on the back of his neck. Looks like the captured worker in the plasma drive chambers had, except this one is clearly healed over a long time. So he was connected to the genetic aberrations as well. Delightful. We now know much more about the enemy. About just how deep the poisonous conspiracy runs within the veins of your ship. The blood-spun web has wrapped itself around its bay too tightly, and Nemesis can no longer hope to escape. Her ruminations are interrupted by a furious hiss. Sarabak snarls a curse through her teeth and spits at Adelbart's smoking remains, her left arm hanging limp and her face is mangled by shrapnel. Lord Captain, we have a prisoner. Permission to finish off the cur. The tyrant. I have questions for you, traitor. I doubt you'll like the answers. Where is the hideout? Even the confessor didn't know where it is. He was afraid of spies, giving his son's secrets away under torture, you see. You can't get to our champion. Were you serving Nemesis for cause or simply for money? He promised us freedom. Are there any other senior officers helping you? Ha! There is no one else among them who is pure. They only care about power and gorging themselves on the scraps you throw them, or else they would have long since turned against you. Oh. How many more mutinies are hiding on my ship? I want you to know names. I want to know where you meet them, everything. The professor said every compartment has people who fight for our cause. They promised to take me into the circle of our most devoted believers, and I would know. Even then, I would tell you nothing, not even under torture. I've found all I knew. They were waiting for us. It was a trap. Yes, Lord Captain. Adelbert has been warned, yet he chose not to flee. Instead, he stayed behind to set a trap for us. Did he really believe this madness would succeed and he would somehow survive? He did not want to survive. His only hope was to kill Nemesis. His only hope was to kill. Nemesis managed to turn his adoptive father into a blade pointed squarely at the Dalman's throat. Just as Adelbert himself had once turned Nemesis into a weapon, neither of them feared death. Too much evidence points to Nemesis being a Kellermorph, a special Xeno unit bred for subversion. A Kellermorph utilizes the discontent of the masses and incites them to revolt, with the end goal of removing local rulers, loyal to the Imperium, and installing a gene-stealer cultist in their place. This creature wears a mask of a populist leader, one who inspires the mutinous rambles It will not stop until you are dead, prisoner. Now let's decide what to do with the surviving traitor. Do not kill him in vain. Those who follow the tenets of the web know that just as we serve death, so too does it serve us. Allow the death of this man become an instrument in your hands. Domin Percival, pass off the traitor's body as that of Nemesis, and still fearing his supporters, the enemy will be forced to act to undo this deception, exposing themselves to the process. You will do as Capello proposed. We will make certain that the lower deckers believe their hero to be dead. We will leave the body to hang for a good long while, that the hopes of the mutineers may rot along with the corpse. This is... Bam! Bam! That is one traitor dealt with. But how many more have been poisoned by the false confessor's heresy? A new spiritual shepherd must be appointed quickly to banish any mutinous thoughts sowed by the traitor from the minds of the crew to strengthen their faith and obedience. Without the ship's confessor, the rabble will begin to whisper that the Emperor has forsaken us, and such doubts will only play into the rebels' hands. So I'm kind of laughing because I'm playing Iconoclast, which means that everything this guy says is untrue. Let's see, Righteous Fervor. Attack crafts and torpedoes gain +2 void movement. Okay. Blessed Shields. Merciless Salvos. Yeah. The creed must be strictly observed aboard the vessel. Since the voidsmen are wavering in their faith, let the High Factotum find a true servant of the ecclesiarchy elsewhere. As you command, I will order the chapel to be restored as well. I will send agents to every deck the next time Nemesis rears his head, which I am certain will happen sooner rather than later. We will be one step ahead of him, and not the other way around. Is something wrong? I am thinking about Nemesis, my adversary. The more I learn about him, the more I see a vague reflection of myself. A twisted reflection, perhaps, but all too familiar. Like me, he was forced to tread a path of servitude from an early age, stripped of anything that might stand in the way of duty, champion and a zealot, with nothing but an idea forged and tempered by his mentor. You are different. He is a murderer, but you understand the true value of human death. This is true. Like a puppeteer, he pulls all the threads of other people's destinies, tangled and severing them. When I cut these threads, it is only as the Undying One commands, with timely precision. I must stop Nemesis, so that I may save your subjects from premature death.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Alright, loots. This is our heavy flamer. Just pure armor and enemy finder. If the wearer's ranged attack fails the toughness test, they -10 penalty. This inflicts exhaustion. Anybody not have something they... No, you definitely have what you want. It's not common. I'll give you that. My brand new item. If I can find it. There it is. Nope. There it is. All right. Mhm. I believe I still don't get a bonus. Good to know. Singular power pick, singular thunder hammer, and of course the granadas. Everything else can go in there. I need to load up on drugs again. Uh, they're there. Really useful. Uh,
I always have a backup plan.
yeah, sure. This is. I was just curious to see if things would change if I was iconoclast, but they don't. Alright, back to the bridge. All during the warp travel. I'm gonna hold off. I've been super conflicted of whether to do next DLC. I'm gonna hold off until I have Dargonis. I think Dargonis will make it a lot easier. And anyway, my ship's kind of awesome. So, I might not actually need it, but I'm going to regardless. Alright, warp travel. Lord Captain, I've done as you command. Everything has been prepared for your ritual for Mistress Cabela. A select few upper deck officers are ready to leave their posts to attend a formal gathering and praise your lordship's name. We can begin at your convenience. Splendid, Dankron. Summon my illustrious officers. Will be done. I shall signal the servants. Notify the invited parties immediately. Let us step straight to Mistress Cabela. Just how strong her Vespa's spirit of camaraderie truly is. Yay, we made it! Oh, I just gained 4 profit factor. That means that's something finished. Oh, did I not make my hallowed railway? Let us make it. And Janus, the science of virtue has been finished. This is the one I want anyway. Should I hold off, though? That's a lot of Promethium. And the Reaping. Ah, yes, I see now. What is my security? 2? Um... Alright, back to the bridge. I mean, I'm wealthy. But I can be wealthier. I'd like to transport goods, the Caspelica mission. Everything I can, please. Man, you certainly need a lot for him. Oh, and I've got 1,000,000,001 trophies. Allows flak shots to be fired from kinetic microcannons. Trade. Thunder Strike! Okay. Well, man, the Spelka mission's just super hard to make like you. Do like Xenos artifacts and heretic trophies, eh? I don't think I have anything to trade them though. That sucks. They do take Mechanicus creations though. What happened? What? No, where's my cargo? There it is, B. Split. 1. Dang, man, I was hoping for my, Alright, well, let's start making the biologists, the Magos biologists, custodians of Janus, sacred irrigation plants, with taking an interest in the unique substances. Yeah, we are turning for making life-saving medicine. 1 mechanics, which is one of my few I have. 2 flogstone, which I got a bunch of. And this will give us more efficiency and chemicals. I just need big reputation. I need 10,000 more. That's rough. And then the other 2, I need either security and giants to be done. That's gonna take a while, so... Janus might be put on pause. Yeah. Well, we're making good friends. Yeah, I like the idea of this. Scorcher is going to be an amazing drug for me to have. So, how do I know they're ready to be collected? You know? Let's head out. I should probably see what I can get from everybody, but I haven't. Visit. I forget which world's Dargonis. Begin scan. "17 provisions. Our Agri world is doing an excellent job. After analyzing the auger data, the officers were surprised to discover that the planet was once covered in oceans. Long ago, an unknown cataclysm caused the seas to dry out. The most amazing discovery of all is the skeletal remains of colossal organic organisms, some large enough to be seen from orbit. 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 This is... This is 60 to 70. There. Do it again. Thunderstruck. Yeah. I think rather than that, I got everything. Oh, isn't there a armor? Yes. That's an upgrade. There we go. I think that's all. This is... I know that the Mechanicus really, really likes me. Alright, here's our planet. What? I am on Dargonis's world, correct? Did I try all that just to not make it to Dargonis? Oh. Oh. I was already there. Fudge. I forgot. Alright, well. Whoopsie. Overgrown trees and ivy covered roots conceal an ancient biodome. It would have been impossible to locate without the precise coordinates from the armillary sphere. Explore the dome. The structure is in a state of gross disrepair. Creepers cover the walls and ceiling, and pungent flowers and berries hang from beams and equipment alike. The center of the structure reveals a sealed chamber where vegetation is yet to break through. Inside the humble bunk, a decayed body sprawling over tables, blueprints. Examine the room and the body. Judging by the clothes, the diary pages, and the monograms of the blueprints, you realize that you have found the final resting place of the legendary Captain Bartholomew Ort. During his long and adventurous life, he traveled the entire expanse, mapping out numerous stars and systems. In his last years, realizing his life work, the armillary sphere that he imbued with the sum of his knowledge, the devices on your ship is undoubtedly his creation. While the Adeptus Mechanicus were still hotly debating whether or not he had committed the crime of invention, Bartholomeus disappeared without a trace, leaving only a single message. I have gathered the treasures from hundreds of worlds, but they will not be handed over to the covetous Lord of the Expanse. Instead, I bequeath my riches to one who treasures the shine of the stars more than any gold or rubies. It seems that you happen to be this very person. Take the treasure. Yay! Tamer of the 3. Profit Factor. Tamer of the Inferior. If psychic phenomena, Parasaur, or triggered, the wearer gains +1 during their next turn. Death Cultist Blade. Stolen Breath. Whenever the wearer allies dies in combat, the wearer immediately gains +5/+5. Additionally, if they are a heretic, they gain +10. Okay. Well. In terms of perils, I'll give that to him. And then I guess I travel back. No. The shadows, stop, please. Lord Captain, your plan was a success. Our provocation against Nemesis and the killing of the traitor Adalbert has brought out all the rest of them. My forces have captured a number of suspicious individuals and beaten the truth out of them. The scum Nemesis wishes to avenge his mentor's death and plan to raid the ceremony of the officer's anointment. Since the impious Adalbert has turned out to be an apostate, it is in the new confessor's duty to ensure that the officers retake their oath to the God Emperor. Traditionally, the ceremony is attended by the officers' families, and it is they who are the target of the mutineer. He wishes to slaughter all the ship's elite in one foul swoop. I have ordered a trap to be set for Nemesis. Would you like to personally be involved in this operation? What kind of trap? We will replace the civilians with enforcers and their relatives of the appropriate age, dress them all formally. When Nemesis tries to strike, he will find only a cruel disappointment. Wait, of the appropriate age, are we sending elderly youths? It is necessary. I will attend. Domin Percival, the whisper of death has uttered the name of Nemesis ever more loudly. I must meet my enemy face to face. Very well, we will capture him together. So be it. Yeah, this is the squad. The robes of disguised enforcers are listening to Confessor's words in silence all around your subjects. Chosen people, each dressed as a member of the officers' families. Close by, kindly-looking old woman is fumbling with a starched handkerchief. Catching her eye, she smiles at the mouth that is missing half of its teeth, then whispers, "Everything is going as planned, your lordship." Look at the participants of the ceremony. The facade is holding, with everyone's playing their role perfectly. The Master-at-Arms must have instructed them thoroughly and showed them how to best conceal their weapons. All of them are wearing their best, and even you cannot tell where they're hiding their armaments. And who must you be, Madam Matriarch? Linda Trafgold, Lord Captain. Transferred from the enforcers at the rank of senior lieutenant to the staff of your lordship's quarters on account of my age and declining health. But as you can see, there is no such thing as a former enforcer. I'm poor. Perhaps you might amuse me with a story. Oh, the stories I could tell. I remember in the early days of my time in service, someone started poisoning the food in the kitchen. We couldn't catch the vermin, so I came up with the idea to get into a vat of protein porridge and catch them unaware. I was a small and skinny little thing, so I climbed into the vat and sat there to my neck in porridge. I waited a long time before someone lifted the lid. It wasn't one of the kitchen servants, but a man twice my size, carrying a bag of foul-smelling stuff. And there it was. I grabbed him by the shoulders and dunked him into the porridge. I held the brute down till he passed out. The master at arms back then, he lauded my ingenuity and commended me for apprehending the poisoner, but he also took the cost of the porridge out of my wages. Perhaps you should have climbed into an empty vat. You're not wrong, but I was young and foolish and thought only of how I might nab the culprit. What a delightful tale. Give me another. Afraid we don't have time. We must be vigilant. The treacherous scum is about to reveal themselves. And may the good Emperor protect us. But not today.
Cabe fiducium in Deo Imperator, ex data cordetur.
Man.
You cannot stop the angels, faithful!
Whoa, big leg spike. Whoa. What is going on? My computer should not be running like this.
Defensive position! Do not let a single one break through! Your arrogance will be your downfall.
There we go. You're the voices of the oppressed. What scum is that? Cut off. Blah blah blah. Let's just. There's some very delectable dishes here. Heinrich, you're the one to get shot at. I hate to tell you this, but you are. I'm gonna want to kill them. And Cabela as well. Alright, Cassia. I just have to see this.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Well, anyway, let's see, what type did I get? This is the armor one. Yeah, we want to do it here
ordered around.
with this.
If I may.
You want to give that to me,
If you insist, Lord Captain.
and then tell
I am a
Eogun,
navigator,
go.
not a servitor.
And Eogun goes, everybody, get bigger buffs! Everybody, do more on your turn! Everybody,
The machine
don't
spirit
get hurt! Everybody,
astute
Hudson,
observation.
deal more damage? Ignore cover. Alright, everybody.
Executing command.
Be harder to take down. Let's see, what's the 71?
A valid argument.
And you missed.
Assess and act tech assistant.
Everyone,
Machine spirit.
more damage.
The true believers will inherit.
Ow.
I must not falter. To the heretics!
What are you doing?
Hold on.
Let's get to it.
Perfect spots. doubling or plus 25%. Alright, we got some choices here. Let us kill this one.
The undesired element is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable. Function successfully terminated.
Brilliant.
Binary. The scriptural problem is significant.
Alright. None of these are... Well... What rank is he? The game won't tell me. I'll give it to him. Okay, game. 2? Are these all 2? They're 1 to 2. Okay.
I won't stand for it.
Mark you as prey. What's your armor value? 20%? You're
I'll see to
fudging
it
super duper dead.
It's as good as the all fall before my might. Who
Do
if not
drugs.
me? Don't let your guard down.
Surprise.
Should have thought twice before crossing me.
Hello, prey.
I'll see to it personally.
Good luck trying to kill me. You know what?
Accept your
Sure.
lot. The best defense is a good offense. On it.
To arms, faithful souls, the tyranny ends today. Okay. There we go. He's at 0% and 100% dodge.
I refuse.
Holy crap! 12 damage per shot?
For the throne's glory.
For the throne's glory.
I have gazed upon worse.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Something has torn the veil.
The Emperor is on our side.
Bam!
I won't object to that.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. I will not die in dishonor. By
Dodge,
the
hit,
web,
dodge,
let your
hit,
soul be
dodge,
purged.
hit. 14 bleed. Okay.
I cannot serve you in this way.
What? I thought that was supposed to guarantee a hit. Cannot be dodged or parried. There we go. Are you poisoned now as well? No!
I shall not fail. As the tenets demand. The shadows will see it done.
Alright. Super close to death. Single hit off. One attack, 2 attacks. Alright, Eogun. Tell Pasquale to go ahead.
Request denied. Request approved.
Killing Edge.
Running by narrative. The analysis successful.
There is only death, yours or mine. Trust me.
Death number 1.
As honor ordained, death is a blessing. Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed. As the tenets demand.
One, 2,
The shadows will see
3.
down. Trust me. Aim for the heart next time. As honor ordains.
Low momentum.
I would that I could.
4. Crap. Can you... Okay. Yeah.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Alright, we got the kill here, no matter what.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
They have no more allies there. Okay.
Lucius, I'm relying on you. A valid argument.
Good argument.
Curious. Tech assistant, engage. Lucius is skeptical about this. Lucius, move! Astute observation. A valid argument.
Emperor, protect me!
So we made it to round 2, eh?
accustomed to being
Red
ordered
spear
around.
gun.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Hit him with the caves.
If I may.
Give him another go again.
The machine is there to prove.
One. And two.
Come on.
Give Heinrich another turn. Heinrich's very strong. But, oh, he does decent enough damage.
Naturally,
May the machine gods protect us.
for the throne's glory. I won't object to it. Your turn.
Fly up here.
Do my bidding.
Stabilize.
Your turn.
So purification discharge.
Let's see to it.
Feeble for minus 20. Look at those stats.
But of course. Nothing stands against you. Your reckoning is due.
Awesome. Wow, that went way better than I thought. Nemesis is crouching on the ground, clutching at his bleeding wound under his ribs. His tortured body is still strong, and everything in his posture expresses a will to fight on. The red scarf no longer covers his face, and the vigilante grins at you with bloody teeth. Weak. I have yet to be impressed. Dude, you have not been able to fight me this entire fight. You shot me 3 times. And I only got stronger. The bright familiar eyes of the flute player from the lower decks glint with boldness, the humble swindler who used to play tricks on fools with the help of his trained rat now nods at you mockingly. I've been waiting for this meeting, Lord Captain. No longer covered by the broken goggles, the hairless skull is bulging with massive growths. However, the mutant nature of your enemy is just as quickly betrayed by an even more unsettling feature. A third arm growing out of his torso. You watch as his fingers deftly empty the drum of his sub-revolver and load it with fresh new rounds. I know you. You're the fortune peddler from the freight line who entertained rabble with games and music. Not only them, as you can see. I also sing glorious songs about the cruelty of the officers, the callousness of the Lord Captain, and the bravery of the selfless Nemesis. Nobody ever noticed the pathetic little flute player who always carried a few ration cards for bribing enforcers. Hiding in the shadow of your rotten kingdom was far too easy. Until your pet inquisitor started sniffing around who I was, messing up my cards. You surround yourselves with useful servants, yes? Well, I am surrounded by comrades, loyal and brave, who risk their lives to conceal me. Surrender and you'll be judged fairly for your transgressions. Aren't you a little overconfident? You are right in front of me. My gun is loaded. I believe this tomb is not quite finished yet. Feels like time has been vicious and slowing you down. You see the bloody hand of Nemesis rise his weapon, and your body reacts of its own accord. There is no time to deliberate. You draw your weapon and point the barrel at Nemesis. He's already aiming his own at you. A malevolent grin spread over his face. The two black muzzles staring to each other, and the world around you narrows to a thin line. Cabela emerges like a shadow, blade gleaming menacingly in her hand. She hisses softly, ready to pounce. It is your thread that will break today, and no other. Save your message for your false god when you meet him, servant of death. I am glad I get to take you both down at once. I vow that your murderous sect will fall alongside the Lord Captain. No matter what being called to your side, I have the God Emperor on mine. That means you are doomed. If you knew even a shred of truth about my god, you would already be groveling on the floor, begging for a swift death. It's time. Farewell, Lord Captain. A smile vanishes from his face. Instead, his demeanor turns cold, collected and calm with indifferent grimace of the skulls. Time stops, and then, as if tossed by a blast wave, the event fly forward like a murderous shrapnel. Nod to Cabela and act in tandem. You and Cabela move as one, and you manage to confuse Nemesis with a perfectly timed maneuver. He is left hesitant to fire, but you are not. Cabela takes a deep breath and wipes the blade off her blade, or the blood off her blade. The living legend's head severed at her feet. Look at the corpse. The decapitated body lies motionless on the deck. Cut on the next stares back at you from the grotesque, disordered ridge of his spine. The power of the folk myth fades into the air like the smoke billowing from the muzzle of his stub revolver. Well, are you alright? He did not harm me, but he tried. Such was his idea, and he remained committed to it until his last breath. His was a good death. Thus ends the struggle of Nemesis. The struggle is not people, the struggle is ideas, and people are merely their vessel. The carriers of the struggle. I need to reflect on his death, Domin. I need to stand before the Undying One and hear his blessed whisper. We can discuss what happened after.
Do you require inquisitorial approval?
What? I'm having a big bug. There we go. Alright, we take one. These go away. I can't seem to loot him.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, there we go. It's up there. Stub revolver, dead shot stub revolver. Promise of freedom, and promise of retribution. Effect lasts up to 2 rounds. That's actually a halfway decent thing on her. Oh, it is sorted this time. There it is. Sure. Oh. Do I even remember what I want to do? Not really. Well, I guess I'll just have to figure it out, won't I? Oh, it's this level. Okay, this one should be fast. Gaining more, even though that's only 2, gaining more MP and extra hunt down the prey is good. I mean, even though it's only two, that still matters a lot. Uh, um, hmm. Mm, yeah, that's just good. This one doesn't flippin' matter, but if I had to pick one, four, I guess. I don't know. um, I don't flippin' know. If I had to pick one, I guess four. um, Pascal is next. This is something he'll actually use maybe if I have enough, so I gotta think about this. Oh, yeah, that's just extra damage. That's a guaranteed 50% almost. Bird. Bird up.
อ